Hello! All right, everything's working all good. Sorry we were late. It's one of those days where everything can get away from you. Look, you can see into the backyard. Whoa, the lights, they're coming back. Anyways, yeah, one of those days where things just get away from you, man. I was gone doing some errands. Should have a good show today. I am thinking we're trying to do one of those things where it's like kind of that early spring, still a little wintry. So, we got some fresh stuff, right? Fresh asparagus. Asparagus is really nice and tender this time of year. So you can actually afford to eat it raw. And, sorry, producer is adjusting some things. Can be a little distracting, but she is doing her best. Of course, we love producer. Anyways, yeah, so we are doing a kind of a cream of mushroom, seared pork chop, rice bake thing. So we're gonna par cook some pork chops and then make a sauce. And then I'm actually gonna pull off some of that sauce so I can make more of this fresh tomorrow, because it's probably not one of those things that's gonna do very well overnight in the refrigerator. And I got Dungeons and Dragons in the morning, or not in the morning, in the evening tomorrow. Um, so we're gonna do that, and then par cook our rice, and then we're gonna have the par cooked meat, par cooked rice in our kind of cream of mushroom guy, and then that Dutch oven's gonna go into the oven, and it'll come out and it'll be like nice and baked. And we got some wild rice to mix with some brown rice and stuff. Um, so that's kind of the main thing. The other thing, we're gonna do like a mayakoba bean and fresh asparagus salad. Another one of these bean salads. I think they're actually really good. And so this one is supposed to be this time of year. And it's from the Bean book by the Rancho Gordo Bean Extraordinaire people. So let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Garlic confit. That's all right. Sorry, it's around here somewheres. Here we are. Raw asparagus and runner bean salad. I don't have any runner beans. And they wanted ayakote, and we have mayakote. I think they're very similar. Um, yeah, and so it's like a breadcrumb, pecan, parmesan, lemon, mint, kind of asparagus bean guy. So that'll be fun. So kind of a mushroomy rice pork chop with a asparagus bean salad. And then we are, for an appetizer, we're going to do another one of these boiled artichokes, because artichokes are in season right now. And so we're going to do that with some nice, like, mayo staza, like a good dipping kind of guy. And then we're making fresh fruit pies, or fresh apple and frozen mixed berry. So it's one of those things where, it's bright outside. I want it to be spring already, and so the food is going to try to evoke that sort of thing. And so maybe we're a little bit reaching, but I want something bright and fresh, tasting, right? Um, Tired of cold, wintry stuff. So we're gonna do like I got some Granny Smith apples, and then we'll mix it with some frozen fruit, and you can make a quick pie out of them. They're really great. Super easy to make. You can make 3 at a time in really basically any oven. Make one for yourself, give one to a friend, take one to a party. Really easy. And then I was looking at some of the drink people on YouTube, and Anders Ericsson did a video about a bunch of corpse revivers. So just before this, part of the reason why I was late, I was at the liquor store getting some things for some corpse revivers, which are supposed to be drinks that are hangover cures. And there's some sort of relation to them, but not really a whole lot. So I had to go get a couple bottles. It's fine, because most of these are things that I enjoy using in other capacities anyway. So it's not like they're one-off bottles. So we got enough to make the original Corpse Reviver from, what is it? Oh, shit. Uh-oh. There's the mic go the other way around. There we go. We got enough stuff to make the OG Corpse Reviver from 1871, which is cardamom bitters, cognac, and Luxardo Maraschino liqueur. We've got enough to make the Corpse Reviver number 1, which is cognac, applejack, Coqui Americano, and lemon. And we've got enough to make Corpse Reviver number 2, which is the most popular. This is probably the one that people mostly have, which is gin, Coqui Americano Bianco, some triple sec. I have Grand Marnier instead because that's what I prefer. Fresh lemon juice and a little bit of absinthe. So that is that. Yeah, and then there was a 2A that has Swedish punch, but we don't have that. That's fine. And then there's another one which is like a blue recipe that just adds blue curacao. Getting really into the weeds with some of these. Yeah. So, but we can make several Corpse Revivers, which will be very good. Anyways, we should start with something that takes a while. I got a Coke Zero. We will commence drinking later. Unfortunately, I forgot to soak the beans. So there's a way you can do it, I believe. Quick soak. You can cover them with boiling water and leave them standing with like boiling water for about an hour or two. And then, yeah, and then you let it sit. And then you can cook for another 2 hours. These are Mayakoba. Oh, I guess it was called Ayakote. They're similar. It's a bean. Who gives a shit, right? Beans is beans. So we're going to boil some water. And we'll just kind of soak these in some boiling water. And then we will boil them. We should probably wash these, rinse them off or something. I don't know. Some of those Corpse Revivers sounded good, though. Very this time of year-y. Kind of. We're in a time of transition between winter and spring. And so, who's to say what we can eat? Is it something warm and homey? Is it something bright and fresh? It's up for you to decide. Right? There's no making clam chowder in the middle of July. And there's no making, there's no making, what you call it? Not bruschetta, but, caprese in the middle of winter. But during these times of year, you know, everything is in flux. Something nice about that. There's something annoying about it as well. I'm going to just try to double these beans. Because I got one of the bags, and then I saw that they had it in bulk for cheaper, and I just didn't care because it was like $1.50 for the pound. And so I just got, you know, let's call that 2 pounds. Alright. Rinse these off. these in here. And then I'm just going to bring a bunch of water to a boil as quickly as possible, and then we'll just pour it over it. And then pull it off to the side. In the meantime, we can get our pies going, because those are, you know, pretty good to do earlier, I think. I was thinking about making bread, and I decided against it. Too many things. We cannot do everything that there is to do in this world, and it is a shame. It is very unfortunate that we cannot do everything we'd like to. High. Ooh, you know what we can do though? So I like to take all the peels from my apples and some of the offcuts that aren't like seeds and stuff or dirty, as long as they're not dirty or seeds. And I put them in a quart jar with Everclear, and then we can use that in a week or so to make apple liqueur, which I still have some. So whenever I make all these apple pies, or different kinds of pies with apples, I will make myself some apple liqueur. Here is the rest of my apple liqueur. It's pretty good. And I add some citric acid to it to kind of make it a little more sour apple-y. Grab one of these guys. So this has been going for a little while. Kind of in the video. This is from How to Drink. He dyes it, but I don't really care about dyeing it. But kind of a nice sour apple, right? A little candy-y, but like with the heft of. I really like mixing this actually with the Bottled and Bond Applejack and some lime and some good simple syrup, and you will get some dope ass fucking yummy appley, the appletini. That's what he called it. That is, I also did steal it from a How to Drink video, but who cares? He's just making meme drinks now. I think he ran out of stuff to make. And that's why we're so broad here. That's why I'm making food and making drinks. And I'm going to be doing gardening stuff. And I've been shooting video for another thing or whatever. So, we will see. Oh, shit. 1 second. I forgot to pay my credit card. That'd be a good thing to do. Especially if you got the money. Let's do that. Before I start drinking, let's perhaps make a smart decision. Alright. And there she blows. The credit card is balanced. And something with the world that was wrong has been righted. Alright. We got our beans preparing to soak. This guy, I'm not sure we need this. So we will toss it over yonder. We got our artichoke. We'll get to that. Let's do apples. Apples, it's always good to do sweeter stuff first instead of cutting onions and then going to apples. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can get like, eh. I don't want a stinky pie. No, thank you. All right, so we will wash these. Hey, and look, we got a thing to wash them. First, though, I'd like to peel all these fucking stickers off of them. I don't care for the sticker. Don't want to eat the sticker. I don't want to compost the sticker. I'd prefer if the sticker wasn't even there. Like this one. Oh shit, you've tricked me. I wonder how much more expensive these apples need to be because somebody or something had to put a fucking sticker on every one of them. What do you think, like 5 cents more expensive? Someone had to pick it up, put a fucking sticker on it. We will see. Okay, we've got 8 apples. Oh, and we're going to make a spice rub for our pork chops. You motherfucker. Elusive. Sticker. Be gone, sticker. Michael. All right. Let us wash and assemble. Ah. Ah! Everything's fine. It's all fine. Don't worry. Alright. Okay. We've got manzana. Would you like to peel apples? Okay. Producer can help peel. Do you want to peel or do you want to dice apples? Okay. We will give producer the apples to peel. And we will give a couple containers. One for peels and one for apples. And then I can cut them and core them. That's fine. No problem. We'll go like this. Apples, peels. Yeah, that'll probably work out. All right. Do you want to set up shop over here? Okay. Sorry. There's a bunch of stuff in the way. It's like every other set where just off screen, it's a completely different. We're not even in a house. We're at the bottom of the ocean. Oh shit! This like fits perfectly in a way. This is actually 2 things, and they don't want to come apart. Fucking okay. There we go. The babushkas are too tightly nestled. And we will grab a vegetable peeler. What? They're inside the dishwasher. Perfect. It is much easier if you can have a friend to help you. And then we can go in, work together. Whoop. There you are. We got a comment. Are those Christmas lights? They are, technically. But they've been here since we got here. Since we moved into this place. So, yeah. They're Christmas lights. And they're on all the time. Because it's always Christmas when you're at the North Pole. Woo! I don't know. They are Christmas lights. I think they help make for a cozy atmosphere. If you were here about 30 minutes ago, you would have seen that it's like, it is actually kind of nice outside. And it should get a little brighter and brighter over the next 3 months and change. And so we'll have some daytime streams, even though it's around the same time. Hey, what's up? All right, so since we're boiling that, I'm going to grab another little artichoke. Artichoke. We can turn this off. We're just gonna add some boiling water to this. It's not bad to like add boiling water to an enameled pot, but if you put it on high immediately, it can be a bit of an issue. Because the enamel can expand faster than the metal can. So exposing it to like really high temps can be a problem. But boiling is only 212, so it's not too high. The week's been all right. I've got some good plans for today's stream, and yeah, week's been all right. Glad I have a couple days off, honestly. Just, I don't know. Work can be dumb, but that's why it's work, right? All right, we're going to take this. Here, actually, I'm going to rinse it off. Yeah, a day off is always appreciated. Boop. Let's see if there's any spiky bits that need a lot of... it's fine. We're all good. Just the tail. But yeah, I got some good drinks planned for today. My YouTube sources were very fruitful. Yes, spicy pork chop. So I'm going to make a rub from a bunch of... it's like a really easy, dead simple rub from 10 different parts, equal parts. So it's salt, brown sugar, black pepper, onion powder, garlic powder, thyme, oregano, paprika, cayenne, and chili powder. I think those are the 10 spices. You just put them in equal proportion. You mix it together, and it's just like the best rub for on just anything that you're gonna grill, or it's just got a really great. You know how there's like lots of spice blends that people use, and they'll put it on stuff, and then it always tastes the same way, but it's a way that you like it to taste. It's like one of those sorts of things where like I put it on stuff when I want it to taste a way, right? Whereas if I'm adding individual spices, I'm like trying to get to some idea that a dish is, instead of me trying to make a dish taste like something that tastes good. That makes any sense. It's kind of always, but yeah, it's a really good rub to have for when you don't know which direction you want to take something. It's a really good all-purpose spice. It's got your salt. It's got some sweet and a lot of, spicy, herby stuff. So, yeah. Sorry. Being a little talkative. first, artichoke. You just kind of fill it up halfway with water. Bring it to a boil and let it go for a while. Really pinch that spice rub with everything in you. I'm sold. Yeah. Oh, pitched. Sorry, pinched. Oh, so we're experimenting with spices. I mean, not so much. This one is pretty simple. I can actually throw it together right now. And I like this one because it is so simple. Anyone can make it. It's not too difficult. And you can basically... Here, we'll make it in a thing and then we'll pour it in a container. Let's grab... How about this one? This little guy. So you only need one measuring cup. Which is part of why it's so easy. What do we want to do? Half cup? Let's do half cup. That's 1 cup. Half cup. Here. Sorry, I need to get some tunes going. Been practicing my Thelonious Monk. I got a couple songbooks. It's really therapeutic to just be bad at playing Thelonious Monk. But go through it slowly. Hoping one day you'll be able to go through it a little less slowly. Where's the half cup? Here's a half cup. And this is clean. Yeah. Just make sure to dry this off. It's a spice blend. I'm listening to Thelonious Monk right now. All right. And I like to just group up all my spices. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9. It's jazz. Old jazz. Like yeah, I'm partial to his solo piano pieces. He's a pianist. I think he died in the 70s or something. And brown sugar. Okay. So we're just going to go in with equal parts. And when we're done with the thing, we'll just move it over to another. Super easy. How to... Thelonious. T-E-H-L. Thelonious. Yeah, you spell it out. Producer. Yeah, something like that. There you go. That should be close enough. He kind of wears like a fez. He plays this one song called Monk's Dream. Or no, Body and Soul. It's off of Monk's Dream. Or Blue Monk. Yeah, it sounds like a drunken giraffe. It's very kind of contemplative. Yeah, look him up. Salt. These are both onion powder. producer. People are wishing you greetings. Oh, are you making the cream of mushroom from scratch? Of course. Yeah, sorry. We are pouring spices. So sorry if I'm a bit sniffly. This is one of the more sniffly tasks. Sorry. Oh, you mean just just smelling it to make sure? Yeah. I sometimes try to smell to make sure that it's the right stuff. That's why whenever I get bulk spices, because we get a lot of bulk spices, I try to make sure to write out exactly what it is, not even just like the code on it, because you get a bunch of stuff in a they're all together, and then you end up with shit that just all smells the same, right? And then that's a problem. Um, this one is salt, pepper, brown sugar, onion powder, garlic powder, thyme, oregano, paprika, cayenne, and chili powder. Equal parts though, so that's what makes it easy. You just need to know how to count to 10 things. Half cup. Perhaps this is too small of a container. Yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. We'll get there. Thyme, oregano. Let's go with black pepper. Yeah, it's kind of like off Cajun, the flavor of it. Yeah, it's kind of Cajun-y. Like I've made a dish on here that was originally by Emeril Lagasse called Smokin' Dave's Fiery Cajun Alfredo. And this is kind of like his essence. There's this spice blend you need to make the dish. It's called Emeril's Essence. And this is kind of similar, but kind of different. So, like they don't add a lot of brown sugar in Cajun. And it kind of fills out with more spices too. Like chili powder is not really very Cajun. They would just lean more cayenne or more paprika. All right, this is getting full. Emeril Lagasse. He was a guy on the Food Network. Pre-made Cajun rubs taste pretty flat. Definitely tastes better when you make your own, for sure. Emeril Lagasse is this guy who was on the Food Network. He would always put spices on stuff, and he'd go bam, bam. Here, we're upgrading to a bigger bowl. Cool. Looks like producer has peeled our apples, which is welcome assistance. Much thanks, producer. Hey, producer? You put a thing over here that was supposed to be oregano and it's Italian seasoning. And I just put half a cup of it in there. This says Italian seasoning on it, not oregano. So the spice blend will be a little screwy. It's fine. I'm going to add a little more oregano to it. It's fine. Italian seasoning is mostly oregano and thyme anyway. So, all right. This is oregano. It's all right. Mistakes happen. So now it'll have a little bit of extra herbiness. Who cares? There's no coming back from. It's fine. The taste will be very far. No, it's all right. We're talking about half a cup in 5 cups of stuff. It should taste fine. I'm not worried about it. Most of the ingredients are very similar. It's all right. It happens. We're all good. Cooking, making food. At least we didn't burn anything. You know, stuff like that. Now we are experimenting. Yeah, for sure. It's all good. I'm not worried. Yeah, what are we adding? A little bit of dried basil and majoram. Yeah, I think we're fine. It is because I shamed you with your sniff. I should have sniffed the bag. Perhaps I should have sniffed all the bags. Half a cup of cayenne. This is where the sniffling starts. To intensify. All right. Oh. Forgetting myself. We got about half a cup here. Chili powder. Sniffing spice bags. How to Greyhound 101. Oh, man. All right. All right. So that's all that. Just grab a fork. That helps just with stirring. And there's a little bit of brown sugar in here that like kind of was packed in. So we want to make sure to try and break that up. Get it all incorporated. I mean, the oregano and thyme influence on Cajun cuisine is partially French, but also partially Italian. Um, a lot of Italians moved to the Louisiana area when they immigrated to the United States. So, see, it's kind of this dusty orange. Yep. Spicy. Tasty. Man. Okay. And we are good to put this in one of these big ass containers. Just gotta get a lid on this because this lid is gonna be on here for a while. All right. Hey Bruce, I told my church mate I'm going to arrange the herbs in alphabetical order from now on. They ask, where would you find the time? Pretty good. I assume after the, I don't know, sorrel? Sage. That should be easy. Yeah, next to the sage. Yeah, exactly. No, 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 no. It's pretty. Yeah. No, it's a good. It's a good dad joke. All right, we're gonna fill this all the way up. Oh man, this is pretty intense, spicy aerosol up in my face. Anyways, fuck. Okay, well we have this, and we have some spice left over. So this will all go on our pork chop, and this will be for later. Do yourself a favor and make this. It might not seem like such a favor at the time, but I promise you, this is really good to put on anything when you don't know what to put on something. And for a catch-all flavor in your kitchen that would make everything taste the same, it's not a bad one, I will say. Okay, cool. Feel free to try it out. And they're all pretty common ingredients, at least here in America. Okay. Fuck. That was intense. Here. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do our apples in this thing. And I've got my ground spices bucket, or not bucket, but box. So these all get to go into the same box, back into the box. Except for brown sugar, which is considered a bulk good. Because we're trying to arrange things so that way we're not mad all the time. I got a ginger bug sort of thing that I've been working on over there. I'd be a little more happy and talkative about it, but it hasn't really taken off. You know, I can taste the ginger bug, and it tastes dry, and I'm adding sugar to it, so I know it's alive, and I see the bubbles, but it's not really carbonating, right? Here's that's the extent of our latest ginger beer experiment. So maybe next week. I think it's getting closer though. It's definitely, we're making progress. There's bubbles, right? So I think I need to just keep draining off the top of this and draining this liquid into here, and then adding more ginger and sugar to, or sugar to this, and ginger and sugar to that, the bug. Anyways, I'm gonna wash my hands so that this doesn't taste spicy. Fuck that. I don't want a spicy pie. Well, not that way. There is room for a spicy pie. And I'm not going to pretend. Your store of spices, like me, in an overflowing bin of chaos. Yeah. I mean, what are you supposed to do with like loose bags of stuff? Right? You gotta deal with it somehow. All right. I'm a bit of a chump. We don't have a dedicated paring knife, so I'm just going to use this steak knife. And actually, we're going to return this little guy, because I have bits that I want to save for apple liqueur and bits that I might not want to save for apple liqueur. So we'll put the non-savable bits in here. I don't know how else you're supposed to. They're not very. They're bags. How do you store bags? You put them in a box. So what we're going to do is we're just going to quarter. I don't want the seeds, but we can grab some of these bits. And now that we've got this like quartered and cored apple, we can just make little triangles. We're going to do that with all 8 of these apples. I like adding apples for pie. In theory, you should have labeled jars for your spice. I mean, I do have jars of labeled spices over here. Right? Cumin, cinnamon, coriander, garam masala, cayenne, red chili powder, right? Oregano. We've got stuff. It's just the labeled bags are for more like I'm just bulk spicing it up. So I might as well just draw from the bag instead of put the bag in a jar and put the jar in the thing, and then that's, yeah. You know. And then we're just filling from bags to jars to containers to just too many things. I'd rather skip a step if I can help it. But yeah, the apples are for pie. We're going to be making some pies here. Pretty. This is the lazy pie. Pie is the lazy way. But they taste great. They're really tasty and yummy and easy to do. And even if it's not an apple pie, I like adding like an apple. Funny. I like adding even one apple. It adds a lot of structural stability. So that way, right, if I'm making a fruit pie, but it has a lot of runny ingredients in it, then it will end up, because I do a crumb topping, it will, all the liquid will soak all the crumbs, and then it will overflow, and it will just be a big fucking mess. But if you mix in a little bit of apple, it adds a lot of like fiber, and the apple really takes on the flavor of whatever else you put in it to an astounding degree. And so it just kind of melts into the background, but gives your pie a lot more structure. So lots of times I will include pie as part of my base, or apple as part of my base for my pies. This is a really good way to. Oh, this is a Granny apple, Granny Smith apple. My favorites are Gravensteins, but they're a heritage variety or whatever, heirloom variety, and so they aren't as available at the store. They're Gravensteins are only available around October. They don't last very long, and they can go mealy if they're yeah. But we're baking, right? You don't like Granny Smith. So the thing is, you're at some point with a pie, you're gonna add a bunch of sugar to it. So I want a sour apple, right? Otherwise, it's just if it's just a meh apple, if it just doesn't hold up, you're not gonna have enough acid to cut through all the sweetness that's required, right? And you could just say add less sugar, but that doesn't work because you need it to you need the filling to boil, right? And then turn jammy, like a jam, right? And you're not going to get that if you don't have enough sugar in it. So you need the sourness to meet the sugar. You'll never see anyone make a an apple pie with like a straight up red apple, like a red delicious or something. No, that's not happening. You need a tart apple to make apple pies. You can bake them with what Fiji or Honey Crisp. That's about as sweet as I'd go. Yes, it is like a balance. If we don't have the seeds, if they kind of come out, we can. Sorry. I'm always obsessing over like not wasting any of it. If the seeds are happy to come out, then we can put the core back over here. I just don't want to be extracting arsenic or whatever cyanide into my tincture of alcohol, right? That's the main thing. And the apples will provide a lot of, or the seeds would provide a lot of astringency, aside from the fact that it might not be good for you. It's going to make for a less tasty product. So when we make apple liqueur, we will avoid seeds at all costs. Only 2 seeds in this quarter. God, the spices still kind of hanging out in the air. Bruce, maybe I missed it, but you are doing a Corpse Reviver #1 or #2. We've got stuff to make both, and the OG from like 1870. Apple seeds have cyanide. Yeah, that's what it is. Cyanide. Yeah, yeah. Anders Ericsson, one of my YouTube follows, like the things that I follow or subscribe to, he just did a video about corpse revivers, and I realized I had almost all the ingredients for like the first 3 versions that are on the thing. And so I went to the store and I got a couple 3 bottles, and now we can make a bunch of them. So I think this artichoke's probably about done. Turn off the heat. As soon as I finish this filling, we'll make a little mayo staza guy for that. No seeds. So we'll just remove the core. That'll go in there. Why do you always make so much food? I make food for. I do Dungeons and Dragons on Fridays for the most part, and so a lot of the food that I make is for the next day. Yeah. My friends reward me with bottles of liquor, and then hopefully, oh yeah, it's almost always for kind of a dinner party sort of thing. And I'm good at making food, so maybe I can parlay this into something that makes some money and do something creative. That's kind of a more official something of what I'd be doing anyway. Like in this current setup, I've been making food for Dungeons and Dragons off and on for about, it hasn't been a year, but approaching a year? I don't know. But I've only been doing this stream for like 4 or 5 months. The party was meant, yeah. I meant was the D&D party, yeah. It is for a party, I guess that's right. A party of rogues and scoundrels and idiots. Are you the DM? No. I wouldn't make food and be the DM. That's too much. No, I just play. I'm the guy who obsesses over action economy and like tells other people what to do so that way we don't die. And then the DM has to keep increasing the difficulty of all the encounters until things get like really broken. Producer is not the DM either. She plays, but she has not DM'd thus far. Perhaps in the future. I would give the DM problem. Why would you give the DM a problem? How are you a problem? What kind of problem are you? Are you doing a double crust or a crumb topping? Yeah, because I'm making 3 pies, so we can do 3 easy crusts and then just stir up a bunch of stuff and put it on top. Like, can you come to a door? What do? Me. Can I lick the door? Okay, great. Roll a constitution save. Make sure you don't get sick. A bunch of goblins have been using that door, and they pick their asses before they touch the doorknob, so. I don't think a goblin has ever washed their hands, so. All right, we're about halfway through our apples. This is why peeling and cutting is a bit of a task. So, always happy to do just one. Yeah, I don't think they even take baths. No, I don't think so. Not unless they were like forced to by their deity or something. I don't even think then. Probably not. You cut into your hand with a paring knife like my old gran. That's a very old school way to prep. I mean, if you're cutting like this, it fits the curve of your hand a lot better. And so, you know, just works out better that way, right? Fruits are made for your hand to hold, and so it's probably easier to cut them in your hand too. Especially when you got a lot of places where you want to put the stuff, right? It's easier to instead of picking them up and putting it, just hold it in your hand and cut it over it. Yeah, especially yeah. I'm not slicing, very hard. It's not a I guess it is fibrous, but it's not super tough. Or like you meet a mimic, what do? Me, I will use my flirtatious charms. Does Granny Smith oxidize as fast as normal apples? I think the acid probably helps it not oxidize so quickly. I mean, looking at the bottom of this, I'm cutting these for like 20, 30. This is the most oxidized. There's a little bit right there. I'd imagine the acid. Um, Maybe the acid helps it oxidize. Maybe I'm an idiot. I don't know. Doesn't seem to be so oxidative. I can't remember chemistry right now. No, you put no. Okay. Now I'm just remembering food stuff instead of thinking about it like chemistry. You put lime on your avocados to keep them from oxidizing. So there you go. It's more acidic, so it would keep it from oxidating. Yes. Should be the case. Sometimes it's best to keep one hat on at the same time, right? We don't need to go full on into chemistry. Unless you want to. It's okay to say, I don't know. We won't think less of you. Well, I'd like to think through it. It turns out I did know. It's all good. If I don't know, I will say that I don't know. That is something I do say. Because otherwise, how are people going to know that you do know instead of just lying? I did know. And I said the correct thing. And then I second guessed myself. And then I remembered another example. I knew. Come on, guys. I knew, I promised. Anybody been reading any good books? I was rucking earlier today, listening to Flannery O'Connor. A good man is hard to find. It's kind of interesting. It's a lot of like Southern, early 20th century. People getting killed by highwaymen. Kind of 20s-y. I guess we're in the 20s. I always forget that. Doesn't feel like we're in any time. You know what I mean? Been rereading Mistborn. Okay. Yeah. Fun. Mistborn is very good. I've only done the first one. But it was good. so close to being done with these apples. Just one and a little bit more. Ooh, no seeds. No thank you. Let's check back this, make sure there's no seeds in it. Oh, we're good. Okay. All right. Dems be our apples, all cut, processed. Right. To that, we're going to add this bag of mixed berry medley, because I wish it was more firmly spring. So we're just going to open this whole thing and just tuck it all in there. Any projects you're working on outside cooking? I got that desk thing. It's just been, I don't know. Things have been pretty busy. Can't seem to find the time to finish it. I think a good day, uninterrupted, I could probably get most of it done. Unfortunately, my days seem to be very interrupted. Smells fruity and yummy. Smells like a warmer time of year. All right. Great. Did I get fruit all over myself? Okay. And I know what you're saying. This is a lot of filling. And it probably is. This might have been a little bit too much filling. I haven't made these pies for a little while, so I can't remember exactly how much. But hey, if there's more filling, then I can just freeze it in a bag. And next time, I don't even need to peel any apples. Right? We could just do up a pie at a moment's notice, which isn't exactly the worst thing. For this application, the fruit freezes very well. So that's why I don't mind using frozen fruit, right? So what's freezing it again? Just trying to, some of these strawberries are like massive. So I'm trying to mash them into bit of pieces so we can get them and more bites with strawberries, right? That's what we want. Oh, that's right. I said, do I have any sugar? Yes, I do. I've got a 50-pound bag of sugar right here. God, sometimes I forget that. Here's our sugar. Let's start with a cup. How about that? Okay, go for another cup. Have you ever tried using different spices for your apple pies? I have. I've done spicy pies, and I've kind of locked into a decent blend of some, like, light amounts of clove and nutmeg. I'll probably go with like that. That's probably enough sugar. Yeah, I'm always playing around. I mean, I typically tailor the spices to whatever fruit I'm using. Right, so there's a compound in blueberries that is identical to a major compound in coriander. And so coriander and blueberries actually go really well together. And so it's a good spice, right? Because we want to highlight and reinforce flavors. That's why a lot of spices actually pair well, because there's compounds in the spices that are actually accentuating the what you want out of your stuff. So there's some blueberries in this, so I might add a little bit of coriander, just a smidgen. Some cinnamon, nutmeg. We'll hold off on the mace. And a little bit clove. And ginger. Ground ginger is really good in this. So we'll add just a little bit of coriander. Too much of these things and your stuff starts to taste like soap. Not cinnamon, but the coriander, nutmeg kind of thing. And then I place the ginger kind of in the more acidic realm. So I'm probably going to add some lemon to this. And I'll also add the ginger for a similar reason. Let's see. We have our ground ginger in our big old tub of spices. It's in here somewhere. It's probably towards the bottom. I haven't used it for a little while. This one's easy to find, though. It's in a big container that says ground ginger on it. So Donde? Question mark? Strange. I do not see it there. Perhaps it wound up in our whole spices bag. I don't see it there either. Is it over here? Producer? Do you remember where the ground ginger went? It's in that bag that says ground ginger. It was a big ass bag. An unusable bag. Because it was so much stuff. Producer's working on it. In the meantime, we can fill a quart jar with these remains. Right? It was in there. I don't know where it went. I remember putting it in one of those. Grab this, cram it in the thing. Get in there. Oh, is it in the baking one? It might be. It might have wound up in there. That's a good look. Frustrating.
I think last time I used it was for jam.
For jam? Oh, it might have wound up back in the baking spice thing then. Oh yeah, we gotta use that. On the bright side, we have a full quart of things. Here it is. The ground ginger. It was in the baking one. Damn. Perhaps we misorganized. That's all right. Can't all be home runs. There's all our seeds and cores with seeds in them. Get off my expo, chef. Cool. All right, we got some Everclear. This is 95% alcohol. So I'm just going to fill this up. And I don't always do extractions and infusions with Everclear. In fact, most of the time I don't use Everclear. I don't really like using Everclear, if I'm going to be honest. There's something about it that's way too aggressive and kind of loses a lot of the je ne sais quoi I am looking for. You know what I mean? I'm looking for something with like culture and, you know, substance. This is all one thing and not the other, if that makes any sense. But we use it here. Okay. There we go. Whew. All right. Take a fair amount of Everclear. And this will end up being cut down to 20% alcohol or so. And we'll add some sugar and some citric acid. But that's that thing. Toss that actually. Some of these lids are a little young dad. Use this curved one. All right. Preferring some overproof rum. For this application, no. For making cocktails, yes. There's something about the Everclear that is just like way too brute force. And in like a kind of broy environment, I've had instances where people are like, oh, I'm going to drink Everclear. I'm going to do a shot of Everclear. And it's just like, you're being really dumb right now. And nobody cares. How about you drink something that tastes good or that's enjoyable or something? Lots of time it comes off as the drink equivalent of like, I'm going to jump off the roof into the pool. I'm going to do a backflip off the roof into the pool. And it's like, just calm down. It's fine. We're all just hanging out. This isn't like Party X or whatever. This isn't Firefest. We're not trying to kill ourselves. We're just trying to have a good time. I don't know. Perhaps I am. I almost definitely am reading too much into it. But I like to make a good cocktail. I like to drink some good wine. I like to drink good beer. And there's something about that Everclear that is just really the antithesis of any sort of just easy time, enjoyable drinking. And inevitably, when I have some with me, someone wants to drink it. Especially with some of my dumber friends. They'll just be like, I want to drink the Everclear. It's just... And it's been a little while, you know, it happens less and less. But I haven't had makgeolli. I would like to, though. Gonna add a lemon. Oh, snap. I tried makgeolli today. Have a little bottle left over. Whoa, makgeolli. Hey, producer, we got a spam bot here. If you want to drop them from the chat. Makgeolli, that's cool. I'd like to try some makgeolli. Sounds like an experience. I listened to a whole episode of a food podcast, Cooking Issues, about makgeolli. It's pretty interesting. They kind of have a more holistic approach to it. It's kind of reminiscent of a lot of the wild yeast beer sorts of stuff. Get out. All right. Yeah, where they're happy to have like a culture of a lot of stuff going at the same time. Kind of similar to how they make like balsamic vinegar, where they end up, you know, having things that are turning the sugar into alcohol and the alcohol into vinegar at the same time in a barrel over the long period of time. A lot of those makgeolli people will end up, you know, being happy to host multiple sorts of ferments at the same time. That kind of goes into the complexity of Korean fermenting. They kind of tend to have a grab bag approach. Sometimes can lead to problems, as most of the time when we're fermenting stuff, we're trying to encourage one particular culture. But makgeolli seems very interesting. Sure, it's cool to juggle one ball, but what if you could juggle 3 balls? Whoa. You know, kind of like that. It's enticing. All right. Here's kind of our filling. It's like a silky sake, lower alcohol content. So I was a big fan. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I hear it's like kind of a lower alcohol from some of the videos I've seen. More lemon. And maybe some more ginger. Start with 1.5. Maybe we'll add the other half. Oh, you fucking sticker motherfucker. Oh, you know what else we need? We need some salt. That's important. Fuck yeah. Yummy. I thought about cum while drinking it once. Wow. You drank it once and you were already thinking about cum. Maybe that's a you problem. What happened when you drank the second time? The inept camel with the makali. I only thought about cum while drinking it once. What happened when you drank it the second time? Sorry, I get to read stuff on the screen. All right. Here, we wanted to make up a little meostaza for this guy. Then I'm going to just wash this out. Look at stuff on it. fruit. Or fruit. Okay. Meostaza. Or remoulade, I guess is a way you could put it. These must have wound up in here. They did. They most certainly did. That's fine. Hello, Parm. Add a little bit of lemon. And some vinegar. Kind of multifaceted acid approach. Howdy. Hi, how you doing? Working on a little dip to put some artichoke. What's adding heat to this spiced pork chop? It is the rub. We just made the rub. It's over there. A little bit of lemon. I think it needs more. Fish sauce. Also wanted to add some sun-dried tomatoes. Sorry, we haven't eaten a whole lot today, so this is kind of the appetizer for tomorrow that we're running through today so it can be ready. And then tomorrow I just have to boil some artichokes, which is not very hard to do. I think we might need some more mayonnaise as well. Cayenne in the rub, cayenne. Yeah. It's kind of that like off Cajun rub. It's like salt, black pepper, brown sugar, granulated onion, granulated garlic, thyme, oregano, paprika, cayenne, chili powder. And spice rub. Just need one measuring unit, and you can make as much as you want. Pretty straightforward. I've done that with pork chops and kind of integrated them with like cream of mushroom stuff before, and it makes for like really tasty concoctions. Oh, you know what this needs? Fucking garlic. That's what we need in this. Almost done with our remoulade, and then we can enjoy some artichoke off to the side while making all of our stuff. And then I need to bust out some crusts here, and then I can get the oven preheated and just work on this. It's not gonna be that hard. It's just searing off some pork chops and pretty simple. Straight up garlic press this. I heard on some podcasts that high chefs think that garlic presses are a fucking scam. Some of them do. Anyways. And you can just chop up the garlic and mince it with salt with the back of your knife, and that's what you're supposed to do. And it's just like, I don't know, man. Doesn't take up a lot of room, and like, bah, I'm done. Dun-dun. And like, I don't know. I get enough use for it that I think the space taken is worth it. All right. Sugar, a little remoulade. Let's add some more of this. Use a little more sweet and sour. Yo, howdy, Uncle Stinky. Good to see you. Maybe a bit much. We'll call it that. There. That's it. At least for tonight. All right. Zhuzhed up remoulade sort of dealier. You know, I'll just put it in one of these. All right. Steamed artichoke with a remoulade. Pretty tasty appetizer. Dude, pork chops and a mushroom soup is one of my comfort, easy weeknight dinners. Wonderful. Well, we're going to do kind of a, hopefully something a little zhuzhed up. A lot of these kind of group preparations of stuff end up being like maybe a good template for like a dinner party sort of thing. So we're gonna do up the mushroom soup sort of thing, and then we're gonna use it to like par cook some rice, and we're gonna par cook the pork chop, make the soupy stuff, par cook some rice, and then bring them together in the Dutch oven. They're gonna go in the oven and finish baking, actually. And it'll be like kind of I wouldn't say like biryani, but it's kind of similar in its prep, how you do part of both and then mix them together. And I got some brown rice, and then I'm mixing it with some wild rice too. Should kind of give it a more, I don't know, interesting guy. Okay, we're gonna do up some crusts for our pies real quick. I'm actually gonna start the oven 375 and we are not done with our sweet things, and I need a crust sized guy. We've got some parchment paper too. So I remember the measurements by heart for a lot of these. Here. Yeah, we can use this. So for this guy, and it makes 3 crusts, bottom crusts. It's 3.5 cups of flour to 1 cup of oil. And this isn't like a work hard sort of crust. It's more of a, work it. You either want to like work it with the butter cold to get all the lamination and stuff, or you want like liquid fat that will then be really easy to work with, and get brought together as quickly as possible, right? So this won't be a flaky crust, it'll be more of a crumbly crust, but it's easy. It's like dead simple. I prefer to use coconut oil. I used to use canola oil. Even after storing, it doesn't affect things too differently. I was actually going to open up some white wine. Should have refrigerated it if I was smarter, but I didn't. I haven't had a drink, so let's do up one real quick. Super duper quick. And we'll refrigerate this because we want to deglaze some of these with some white wine, so that'll be helpful for that. Toss it here. A little Sauvignon Blanc. This was used for sugar. That's right. Okay. All right. And then, that's right. That's what we do. Trying to remember all the stuff. I need to pack this so I can melt it. Try to get a cup. Microwave this some and see where it comes down to. We want a cup. Oh, shoot. That's been soaking. All right, let's just fill this up with water and start cooking our beans. They don't look too bad. Actually, we're gonna do the thing where we drain. I'm not going far with this. I'm not going far enough. Okay. Ah. Okay. This thing. I have leftover chicken thigh I sous vide in a baked potato. You know what? Sounds pretty good right about now. We're just going to give these a rinse. Try to get the starches off of it. Let's see where our wine is at. We're at half a cup. We need more. All right, that's fine. We'll just get this going. let's try with this again. We'll give it another glance. All right. All-purpose flour is back. Ranya. All right, we are looking at a cup of oil. All right, cool. So we'll let this like kind of come all into liquid form. All right. And for this we want our 3.5 cups. I don't have a weight measurement. Sorry. I mean, it's all pretty eyeballed anyway. Two. Here's our half. 3.5. And then get our oil. And actually add a little bit of salt. Good artichoke?
Yeah.
Cool.
Really good.
Producer approves of the artichoke. Alright, and this is almost all liquid, so I don't really care. Just gonna dump it all in. And we want an amount of water, a couple tablespoons of water. Doesn't really matter all that much. Well, how much it is. We do need water. The water is important. So I'll just kind of give it a splash under the tap. This looks like it needs more flour, actually. Perhaps because I added hot oil, it hydrated itself a little more readily. I'd like it to be a bit of a shaggier dough than that. So I'm just going to add a little more flour back. Not a big problem. There we go. This is kind of more what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, something like this. We really just all want it to come together. We don't want to do a whole lot more than that. Okay, and I like to work over some parchment paper because it makes it a lot easier. And then what I'll do from here, we just cut lemons and apples with this. So we've got our, basically our ingot of dough. That will make 3. So I'll just give it a good, like, kind of thirds go at it. And I totally forgot this step. Whoops. We'll take a sec. But we've got these disposable pie tins, because I give a lot of these pies away. And they come from the store, and they're not wrapped in shit. Right? This is wrapped in nothing. So, you know, like, this could be kind of grody. We don't know. So, we're going to wash these real quick. Just so that they, you know, aren't gross. Right? All right. Cool. We're about ready to work our, I think we're about a little over 10, 15, maybe 15 minutes away from getting these guys in the oven. And they'll be in the oven for about an hour and 15. And in the meantime, we can get the rest of our stuff going. We will need this again for the crumb topping. And not very long. Oh, you know what I like to do actually? I like to cut off one of these. Keep it, and then we'll put the other ones in the container. And you can almost push this up flat, but you can also kind of flour one of these guys. We're just trying to get this. I feel like it needs a little more. Not too precious. Flip it like that. Pull it away. There you go. You got most of a pie crust that's in here. Then we can start kind of working it around. I don't know why this feels like not a lot of stuff. Huh. Maybe I'm just being impatient because I haven't really started on some of the other stuff I wanted to start on. We just kind of want to work all the dough up to the edges here. And then we'll go around and crimp it. So we've got a decent edge of stuff. So we can, this nice, doing a pinch and twist in with the inside hand, and I'm twisting into my thumb to try to brace them together. It looks nice, but it also helps like make a defined edge for your crust. which helps with, especially with soupier pies that want to, like, you know, it's a bit of a levy for the dam, right? And it helps it stick up above everything else too, if it's very soupy, so that it gets, cooked and crispy. See? We got a nice crust, right? So 1 down, 2 to go. Then we'll do the crumb topping real quick, and then we'll assemble, and then it'll all go in. Just light flouring. Some of it might still kind of stick, but it's all good. We're just trying to get it like flat enough to make it easier once we get it in to kind of work it all up everywhere. All right, this is like not very worked with dough. But you can see how it's wanting to come away in like sheets. So you're kind of getting this like crumbly, not quite flaky, but very crumbly. Because to my understanding, flaky comes from that lamination. Right? We're not really doing that here. Here we go. We'll grab another one of these guys. Try it off real quick. Probably don't want it going into a pretty wet dish. Flip this over, off. Just trying to flatten it out on the bottom so we can push up the sides. And then try to work, get that good edge. All right. I'll try to get this crimp going. All right, pie crust number 2. that is. Good. All right. Here's your 3 crusts. 3 pies, right? Now we can do a cup of flour, a cup of brown sugar, and then we'll work 2 sticks of butter into it. And that will be our crumb topping. Do a quick assemble, and then they'll go into the oven until around 11, and then we can use the rest of that time to get everything ready for this parboil. And a little over a cup of flour kind of does a good job, because I find that there's a little too few crumbs. And so if it's a little floury and dusty, then that's fine, because that ends up just covering more of the surface. All right, brown sugar. this one we're just going to pack into this. Raise the heat on that. Just trying to do it slowly because we're not trying to fuck up our Dutch ovens. Right. Here's our cup of brown sugar. And let's check our butter. What is it? Is it unsalted? It is unsalted. All right. Then I'm going to add a little bit of salt to this. No problem. All right. We kind of want this to be a fairly homogeneous mixture here. Sometimes the brown sugar likes to pack itself, for better or for worse, right? Sometimes it's fun to get one of those little brown sugar guys. Sometimes it's like, I wish there was more brown sugar in the rest of it, but, you know, little pill-sized bits of brown sugar is not too bad of a deal. Let's make sure it's pretty well and good. Okay, now we're going to add 2 sticks of cold butter. I need to get like a big fork for these. I used to have this like big ass fork with like really wide tongs, or tines rather, sorry. And they were perfect for making little crumbs, because it was like perfect to like scoop little bits of butter around and like twirl them into like little guys. I wonder whatever happened to that fork. Wound up somewhere. But basically we want to make little crumbs. We don't want the butter to get too warm, or it will start to cream. So we're just mainly here to kind of stab it until it becomes small pieces. And then stir those small pieces until they get coated with stuff and turn into little balls. And it's one of those things that looks like it's not working at all, and you're like, oh, I fucked it up. It's fucked up. And then it just kind of starts looking right. It always looks bad the whole way through. Until it looks right. Starting to get there. Not quite. They're still chunks. They're not little balls. So we can keep stabbing at them, and then the more we stab, it'll kind of go up the tines, and then it'll break apart into smaller pieces. We want like kind of little pill-sized crumbs. You kind of drag them around the top to roll them around, and then stick the tines back in a little deeper to stir it up, and then you kind of pull it around the top. And just keep kind of going like that. You look at it, there's kind of these crumbly bits of butter with this kind of dusting. You can always try and make them smaller until we think we're starting to cream it. And perhaps if I wasn't on camera, I'd be a little lazier and just call it there. But I'm trying to be a little more thorough and better about it since I'm being filmed. Just being a little honest with you. That looks pretty good. All right. So we've got our tins. We've got our crumb topping. We've got our filling. I'm going to just quickly add a cookie sheet to the rack below. And that'll save us 90% of whatever cleanup from boiling over that will ever happen. Let's grab like a wooden slotted spoon. Just try to get about an even distribution of apples to mixed berries to juice. And we might have a little bit of extra juice left over, which is totally fine. I might actually just save that for making like some fruity cocktails tomorrow. It'll be like a fun little cordial. And it will go really well with the pies. See what we can do with it. And we don't have to be as afraid of piling it up because we have the apple, right, which will give us more stability. Structure. refill. Whoop. Almost dropped everything. That would have been really bad. Kind of like it with this like little mound on top. This one could use some more. Well, the solids will at least all go in here. Add a little bit of this juice. Actually, it looks like about all of it's going to end up in here. That's fine. That's why we made it, right? Looks pretty good. All right. Pretty evenly. All right. Distributed. All right. Did I add any salt to the beans? I'm not sure I did. What?
I don't think you did.
I'm just going to add salt to these. All right. And then we're just going to take this. Again, this recipe is for a 3-pie deal because it makes... You can fit 3 pies in the oven. That's the limiting factor, right? Perhaps you have a friend you haven't seen in a while, or someone who did a favor for you. You know, give it to somebody. Somebody you care about. Someone you haven't seen all winter long. You know what I mean? We're all fucking shut up in our houses. Whoops. That's alright. It happens. I'm not sure that will be the best. I'm going to grab a rag. Wish we had more of those like kind of shop towel looking guys down here. Yeah, if you could go get one of those, that would be great. Thank you, producer. We just kind of want to get these big crumbs kind of dispersed, and then the dusting is to get all the fruit covered with something, right? Thank you. I'm almost done with this. It'll be ready here. simple cleanup. Great. Now these will go in the oven for an hour, hour and a half. And we will check on them periodically. What time is it? It is just after 9:30. All right. Into the oven. What's up?
For how long?
For about an hour and a half. Hour and a half max. Hour 15. Probably. More like it. Okay, let's start in on a cocktail. And then we'll start up with some aromatics. Do a quick cream of mushroom guy. Let's see what this Anders Ericsson's thing says. All right. We're going to go with this OG 1871 Corpse Reviver, which is just straight up cognac, maraschino, liqueur, and cardamom bitters. That is all. It's not even shaken. It's not stirred. You just put it in a cup, and that's what it is. Forgot. I was like, is it shaken? So, no. We've got Fee Brothers Cardamom Bitters. We've got some Luxardo Maraschino Liqueur. An ounce of each, I think. And this will be our sipper for the next... Yep. Okay. So this 1871, by then we would have had ice. So their reason for not using ice kind of eludes me. I'm not sure why. Perhaps it was the morning and it was harder. Ice was harder to come by, but not that ice was not available. We had an ounce of our cognac. And an ounce. I might do a little shy of an ounce of maraschino liqueur. It's kind of a lot. So this is providing a lot of the sweetness, I believe. And here is the OG 1871 Corpse Reviver. medicinal. Chocolate cardamom, kind of cola-y. All right. Let's get going on some other stuff. I feel like I'm going to need some flour by the time we get to the soupy part. Actually, what I should be doing right now is busting out some of this stuff. We've got some pork chops here. I've got a big ass container. We're going to kind of wipe these guys off, get them in here, and then that's fine. Get some assorted pork chops here. can actually do up some of this in front of everybody so people can see. My corpse. Ooh. All right. So I'm just going to dust these off. Give them a good 10 minutes or so. And then we're going to sear them off. And this one is kind of more pieces than anything. But we just want to get them all coated, right? If you had a bigger container and less stuff too, you could also just put all the stuff in and just shake it. Wouldn't be a bad way to go. Connor already dedicated this rub to this stuff, so just kind of go back through and make sure everything's got shit all over it. It's like a deck of cards. Which CD do you want to play today, huh? Ooh, I got some Jethro Tull. I got some Dream Theater. Okay. All right. Just trying to roll these around, pick up any loose rub that is kind of just nosing around. Not really doing a whole lot. Oh, camera, producer, thank you. We love producer. Thank you. All right. I'm not sure this is so much a corpse reviver, but I know what can help. This extra juice from the pie. What about that, huh? Did they have that back in 1871? This dope-ass juice. Huh? Let's see. It tastes better. That's something. All right. Start bringing this up to some sort of heat here. And we'll sear these guys off, you know. And we'll put them on this tray, and then we'll wash this container because this container has a lid, and some of it will end up going back in this, and then it's going to go in the refrigerator. So we're going to par cook this, and then we're only going to do 2 pork chops tonight with some of the soup that's also going to be pulled off and some of the rice. And then we'll reassemble tomorrow the rest of it in a big fuck off casserole dish over here. It'll be just kind of one of those layered things, and you just kind of grab it. Should be pretty good. We hope. Anyway. All right, and we've got extra rub. We'll just toss it over here for now. And let's do aromatics. That sounds like a good thing to start in on right now. That one kind of sucks. Damn. Dang. We're just going to peel like all of this. This was all fucked up. Here it is. Here's our garlic. Are we at kind of a nice temp? I think we are. Couple. Just get this in here, not too bad. And we're gonna end up deglazing this probably at least once. We're gonna use white wine. Let's grab a couple onions. With their pesky fucking stickers. Gotta love stickers. Oh, they cut these stickers in half, so it's like it's 2 stickers. Thanks, store. Gotta love that. Rickety tongs. Starting to smell things. You might want to start thinking about flipping them around. It's our salt dish. Here's change up my tunes here. Been listening to Thelonious Monk for the past, almost 3 hours here. Let's do Mike Jones, jazz. My favorite album of his is Runnin' Wild from, 1994. Perfect album. In many ways. Nice onion here. We've got a shitload of mushrooms. All right. Stink up the place. In a bit of a, we need to deal with this sort of manner. So let's add a little bit. And we'll go back and forth with this guy and the tongs. And we're probably going to be playing this dance for quite a while here. I'm also going to bring the oil over here, because I'm sure we're going to need to add a decent amount of oil. But by the time we're done, we're going to have this extremely yummy, flavorful fond, and all our guys are going to be covered in tasty, noisy crust. Whoa, shoot. That fell. The show must go on. It's all good, I promise. You can't make a good steak without setting off your fire alarm. And I'm sure the same goes for a pork chop. Or many of these others. What? Okay, cool. Sorry, it was a little loose. It happens. All right. Okay. We got mushrooms. I also kind of want to add like a serrano to it. Kind of lean into the spicy. Make it intentional, all right? Got this guy. Turn the heat down just a skosh. You need to be eyeing this a little more closely. Pretty sure. rock the wine for a little bit more. Kind of wanted to move on to those corpse revivers. Seems like that is not the way. Ooh, I got an idea. Here we go. Okay. You got some onions, peppers, garlic. And we're going to put a whole hell of a lot of mushrooms in this. And I'll tell you what. We're going to put a bunch of mushrooms in this. There's a trick that producer turned me on to. Let me see. If we got a colander that's got a little bit of liquid in it, we don't want to deal with it, we can just put a little plate under it. And then it doesn't matter. Probably good. Yeah. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to deglaze. And then I only need like the top half to 2/3 of this. So we're going to scrape all the fond down south. And that's what we're just going to do. We're gonna have a work space and we're gonna have a fond space. Try to really work all this up. Light drizzles. Just trying to coat this bottom here. Just I think this is going to be a lot more efficient of a workflow. That's the thing when you're trying to do a lot of searing and you want to keep all that fond. You're trying to have your cake and eat it too, right? So you need to be careful. All right, back to mushrooms. Just gonna make a big fucking pile. I wish I had like a hot pad, but that's like a baby Bjorn, where I could just put this on a thing, and then I could just scoop all of it into the pot without burning myself. Somebody should make that. That'd be a pretty good invention. That's fine. All that fond just goes into the bag. Nice and clean. Scrape it back. Just trying to get some color on it. Make some tasty fond. All that good stuff. Still a bit sniffly. That's what happens when you aerosol yourself with cayenne pepper. There's lingering, lasting effects. Oh, that's why I'm smelling that. This is about time to deglaze. We'll call that good. Just kind of loose amalgam. We got about 1.5 of these left, and then we can toss our massive mound of mirepoix. Mise en place. I'm going to cut one of these while the rest of that is kind of deglazing. And then we'll get that last guy in. Fucking Mushroom Kingdom over here. God damn. We're running out of space. I'm actually going to pull this off so that way I have a little more room. Ugh. That's a lot of mushrooms. Alright. Perhaps I am a little impatient, but we will push through this last little bit. Do a final, for now, deglaze at least. And then continue on our merry way. You know what? I know this is raw, but everything that's I'm gonna put in this has been cooked. I'm just gonna use this as a big scooping ground for all this shit. Cool. Cool, cool. Alright. Gonna have to go back for a second trip. There's a lot of stuff in here. It's all good. We have our par cooked pork chops. Let us deglaze. One more time. You do not want to burn. And we are oh so very close to burning constantly with this kind of searing sort of thing. Add a little more. Nah, it smells fucking great though. All right. Let's add a bunch of oil. Start unloading our veggies. It's been almost an hour since the pies went in. So it's about time to check on them. Smells really fucking good in here. Gonna have to wash that. First, let's check our everything. These beans, ton of beans. They're getting there. They're liquidy, but they're not bubbly, boily like we want. So. Okay, yeah, these are. I'm sure these are done. I went to go scoop one, and a bunch of them fell apart. So. Yeah, they're nice beans. Perhaps I should add a little bit of baking soda so they'd retain a little more rigidity. That's all right, though. I'm sure we'll have a good time with them. All right. Smash and scoop these guys. Perfect. Skosh more oil. And we are going to put the cracked lid on this. It should render a lot more water out of the onions, which will go into the mushrooms. It's a gentle dance. Wash this, because I think we're going to need it again for our par cooked pork chops. Some of them are going to be used today, some of them are not. The rest of them can go in here. Whew. All right. It's another sort of deal, kind of undertaken. Only other thing is the salad. some of these corpse revivers. Let's try another one of those. Calm down. You're fine. See, that's just the amount of water that is rendered. You know, it might actually be good now. So now we got all this liquid, right? And now when we cook off the liquid, it will all like have gone into the mushrooms and everything gets what it wants. And then we can saute down. Maybe do a couple more deglazes. We'll see how much wine we got. And then we'll add our cream and everything back in. And that'll be our sauce. And we can add the rice. Well, we might take some of the sauce off and then add rice, par cook, add our pork chops back into the oven, you know? Yeah, this is looking like what we want it to look like. Perfect. Okay. Corpse Reviver, number 1. Let's see what we need. Sorry. Excited to try something new. Even though it's very old. It's called the number 1. But I guess there was one before that. So it is an ounce of cognac, half an ounce of Applejack, 3/4 of an ounce of vermouth, lemon, oil, expressed peel for garnish. All right. If you're ever going to use a peel, you should do your best to make sure it doesn't have a fucking sticker on it. And you should also wash it. Just, be kind to yourself. Microplastics, bullshit, the peel, all this dumb stuff that all your food is covered in. Try your best to get it off. Or give a reasonable effort, right? This was used to peel apples only, so we're going to use that. We want cognac, Laird's Applejack, and some vermouth. It called for Cocchi Americano Bianco for the number 2, which is the one I'm more familiar with, so that's what I went with. This one is probably different, so this might not be an exact. It is Cocchi Vermouth de Torino. Let me look that up. See if it's a different one. Cocchi Vermouth. Come on. De Torino. Oh, yeah, this one wasn't at the liquor store. It's a darker one, though. Whatever. Who cares? They're both styles of stuff. Whatever. I think this is a dry vermouth variety. What am I working on? Well, we've got some pies in the oven. I've got some mushrooms and, good aromatics cooking off here. I've got some par-cooked pork chops. We're going to make a dope-ass, mushroom cream sauce out of this. And then we're going to par-cook some rice in it, add some of our pork chops back in, and toss it in the oven after the pies are done. And that's going to be like a baked pork mushroom guy. I've got some beans in here that I turned off the heat. And I've got some raw asparagus. It's early spring, so the raw asparagus is an option. Later on in spring, it gets very woody. You need to grill it. And so, yeah, we're going to do a salad thing, dessert, this pork. Yeah, love mushroom sauces. Yeah, exactly. And earlier, we did a bit of a remoulade and artichoke, steamed artichoke. So that's kind of where we're at. And we're working on corpse revivers. I've got, for the drinks, Anders Ericsson did a video about corpse revivers, and I realized I had, probably 75% of all the ingredients for the first 3 things on the list. The corpse reviver OG from 1871, the number 1 and the number 2. So we're making the number 1 right now. It is cognac, applejack, and cookie Americano. Although I might have gotten the wrong vermouth for this one. But that's fine. Who cares? So, yeah, working on stuff, making things. If you have any questions, feel free. We're also trying to get the affiliate thing going. We've got decent lighting and cameras, and I make big-ass food. I do Dungeons & Dragons on Fridays, typically, so this is all, like, in prep for a lot of stuff. I thought you were going to put the wine in the sauce. There, yep. We've got some Sauvignon Blanc here that's going to go in the sauce that I've been sipping on and using to deglaze, cooking this stuff. This is vermouth. This is like a spiked, herbalized wine. It is, not exactly wine by the strictest definitions. If you're a person who makes wine. So, yeah. But yes, wine in the sauce. We've got some cream and some half and half. We'll get there. And the pies, oh, they're getting so dangerously close. Just starting to bubble. I'll give it like 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. All right. Anyways, let me look at what Anders does with this. I forget if this is a stirred drink. What kind of pies? They're apple mixed berry. Homemade crust, homemade crumb topping. Mixing glass. Okay. I don't give a shit. We're just going to do it in a rocks glass with a big rock. We're going to stir it, and then we're going to call it good. Yeah, apple mixed berry. It's one of those things where it's like kind of not quite spring, but I'd like it to be spring. So we're just doing a little bit of wishful thinking. If you go this fancy all the time, I'm following. We go this fancy all the time, I'm telling you. I do Dungeons and Dragons on Fridays, and I've got Thursdays off. So I cook for 5 or 6 hours every Thursday evening. Please follow. Come along. What's up? Oh, before. Hey, buddy. Woo! Before we've done like katsu curry with tonkatsu we fried. I've done pupusas. I've done laksa curry. That's a Singaporean curry. We've got a lot of international people who like to give recommendations. I made like an Ecuadorian soup, a fish soup before. We make a lot of different shit. So some of it's fancy, some of it's foreign, and that constitutes fancy. It's all good though. We're trying to make real good food. Any of these videos, you should be able to kind of follow along and make your own like dinner party basically. Because I basically throw a dinner party every Friday. And then I do fermentation and stuff. I do a lot of fermentation stuff. So I've got some misos that I'm making right now. I've got Over here is kind of a ginger bug, ginger beer in practice. It's not good enough to actually bring in as a thing I'm gonna like do on stream, but you know I'm feeding it every day. We're trying to get it going. Yeah, we do stuff. We do a lot of stuff here. Okay. Forget the measurements. God damn. Okay. We got an ounce of cognac, half an ounce of applejack, 3/4 of an ounce of vermouth, express lemon, oil, and peel for garnish. And we have an Instagram and a YouTube where I will be posting actual videos to at some point here. We're working on stuff. My cooking swings from Cajun to Asian flavors, so I'm flexible and always looking for other recipes. Great. Well, we made our own rub at the beginning of this, and it's kind of off Cajun. So it's just an easy rub for people to make, and that's kind of what these guys were rubbed with before they were seared off here. We love Cajun. Back in May of last year, we went to the New Orleans Jazz Festival. So we're all about it. All right. 3/4 of an ounce for vermouth. Little tip. You want to... Hey, we got another follow. Woo, woo, woo. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Little tip. You want to refrigerate your vermouth. Also your port and your sherry. So. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We're here to make like some real stuff. You know what I mean? And no shade to anyone who's making... There's a lot of people on here who do stuff where they're like, this is my journey. I've lost like 100 pounds. That's great. I definitely need to lose some weight. I'm a mod for another food and drink guy. Love to share, but love showing love to others. Yes, of course. Wonderful. I hope we are to your liking. We're making corpse survivors, a mushroom and rice guy. We got a raw asparagus and bean salad, and I'm making some pies. So, got Dungeons and Dragons tomorrow. Mod for a taco truck. That's dope. Fucking cool. All right, we'll just toss it in. All right. I added a little bit of salt because that's important. And it's funny, the salt embedded itself in the ice block. Güero Loco Tamale, if you was wondering. Oh, this is really good. Vanilla, lemon, apple. I dig it. That's a real deal. I haven't made any tamales yet. I really want to. We made pupusas last week. You are eating all this tonight or making for D&D gang tomorrow. So we're going to do, so things that are makeable tonight will be made tonight. Pies, salad. Things that will not make it to tomorrow, we'll make a part portion tonight and kind of get everything to where I can make it quick tomorrow. So like this rice parboil thing is going to be probably... I'm going to make this sauce. It's going to be really a lot in this pot, and I'm going to take like 3/4 of it off. And then I've got a big-ass casserole dish, and we'll set it up and do it all in the oven tomorrow. I normally stream for about 6 hours, from 6:30 to around midnight on Thursdays. I have the day off, so... I have a producer off screen. She does stuff. So I guess she's the mod. Sorry, I'm not the most with it. of the Twitch peoples. Nice, 4 hours and 19 minutes on time. Yeah. Get the fuck off my expo, chef. Yeah, that's our... Sorry, I forget what that does. I don't know. That's the lurk thing. It's fun. Thank you for coming. Thank you for following. We're trying to get an affiliate. I'm going to do Friday streams where I've got a music room / recording studio thing that I'm putting together. It's been a long time coming, but we're getting it going. So that's going to be on Fridays because I've got Thursdays and Fridays off. Sometimes I get Saturdays off. I also want to figure out how to stream from my garage and do like brew days where I like make beer or wine or something. So, and we've got a big ass garden out back. If you were here at the beginning of the stream, it would have been light and you would have seen we've got tons of raised beds. I got an offset smoker and I've made like pastrami and stuff. Not on stream, but that's something I want to get back into once it gets hotter. Here. All right. Thanks for coming, everybody. Appreciate your company. Trying some new stuff. We haven't repeated ourselves really at all. So much stuff to make. Me and Sapphire Kitty and others are showing you love from Guero Loco Tamale. Well, thank you. Awesome. Tamales. Man, I really want to make some tamales. Makes me want to make cream of mushroom soup. It's pretty fucking good. With the pork chop thing, it's pretty fucking good. Alright. Let's pull our drink cutting board away. I'm going to actually mix up some rice. So I've got some brown rice here, and I've also got some wild rice that I was going to do with this. Not sure the ratios exactly. I remember eating this as a kid at some point at like some fancy restaurant or something. Or maybe it was in a dream. Oh, I don't know. I know the ratio of what it's supposed to look like. Anybody ever cook with wild rice? Make some tamales sometime. I will make some fucking tamales sometime. I grow a lot of peppers, and I love Latin cuisine. We make a ton of Latin cuisine on here. Easy suggest. We'll make it happen. Ah, shit. The bag busted. Well, we'll have to put it in some kind of container. How about this one? The chipped one. Yeah, let's go with that. God damn. Fucking here. We'll just pour out of the hole in the bag. How about that? That seems easier. Well, now it seems harder. Make up your mind, bag. Spill or don't spill. What's your fucking deal, bruv? I'm gonna add like this much brown rice. You don't want a bunch of wild rice. You want... We make good birria tacos and carnitas. I love birria tacos. That's something I make that I haven't made on here. You pass it through the sieve and you get the consomme and everything. Very fun. Yummy. Just gonna use like a handful of wild rice. Maybe a little more. Oh yeah, where are you guys located? Sorry, my producer's better about the marketing and the everything. Where's your taco truck? We are in the Pacific Northwest. Okay, this is about as cooked as that needs to be. Manhattan, Kansas City, or Kansas, sorry. Sorry, I saw the K and I said Kansas and it's the S. City. I've been drinking. Okay, cool. My mother is from Kansas. And a little bit of flour. Make a light roux here. And we'll add, we got some cream and some half and half. We'll add the rest of this wine. You're right. Okay. All right. Cool. Turn the heat down just a tad. I know you can burn your roux. That's no fun. Nobody likes burning their roux. And we've got some leftover. Oh, we got extra onions. Toss these guys in here. I don't care. Gotta use them. Smoke them if you got them. Okay. Got a little bit of this half and half and this cream. Just use that. And we're just gonna fucking send it. What all do you need for affiliate? I need more more followers. Sorry, not more viewers. We get enough viewers. We've met that one. I need the 50 followers one, and I need to figure out how to do 7 streams a month. Because I do these once a week, and it's like 6 hours. So that's part of the reason why I'm gonna start doing the Friday streams. I just need to get. I've been working on this desk. I've got an adjustable height desk that I'm installing. Okay, we can help you with followers tonight. Awesome. Honestly, that would be a godsend. I would be so happy. Yeah, food recommendations and followers. I can't be happier with it. With that. We're just going to add all the rest of our wine in here. And I'm going to go for it. I'm going to actually add... Here, we'll see about the spice. I'm thinking about adding some more sun-dried tomatoes. I added some sun-dried tomatoes to the remoulade for the... what do you think, producer? A little bit of sun-dried tomatoes in here? Yeah? Maybe I added too much liquid a little too quickly. Yeah, it's alright. It'll recover. I'm gonna add a little bit of that. Here, let's see. sun-dried tomatoes, 2024. He asked me who he can raid, and I can tell him you. Okay, great. Fuck yeah. That is awesome. People like food and drinks. This is a decent place to park your ass. You'll learn something new, that's for sure. I'm learning new stuff all the time on here. I'm actually making an enchilada sauce miso right now. But that'll have to wait a couple months. Like 4 or 5 months. It's all good though. I'm excited to use it in some foods. But you make some dope ass tamales with it. Since you streamed for so long, you could make a good gumbo. I really could make a good gumbo. We did an episode where I convinced all my family, because honestly, every year for Thanksgiving is so boring. Like, I like the idea of gathering around food, but you make the same kind of food all the time, and the way that turkey is traditionally paired for American Thanksgiving is just so fucking dry. And so I convinced my whole family to do a Cajun Thanksgiving this last year. And so everyone was really on the fence, and then for whatever reason, they were all super gung-ho. So I was ready to make a bunch of stuff, and then they made it all on their own. So I ended up filling out the sides with, like, my sister's vegan, so I ended up making, like, vegan collard greens and, like, vegan red beans and rice, and like I think we made gooey butter cake. But gumbo is definitely something I'd be really happy to make on stream. That would be a good one. I'm actually gonna here. You know what? I should give this 5 minutes. Oh, you know what? Also, this is done. Yes, it is. The pies have not burned. It's just all the juice on the sides. They actually look really fucking perfect. I love all the let's goes. I'm down for it. Whoop. Okay, let's grab some of these hot pads. There's a couple totes for spices that are on the ground here, because things get a little out of hand. We're working on it though. I don't need this kettle anymore, so I can put it over here. I need to grab. Okay. 1, 2. All right. Here's the pie reveal. We've got one pie. Ba-bum. So see how I'm doing emotes? It helps you with your chat moving. Sure. I'm down for it. I'm happy to have conversations with people. All right, pie number 2. Here, we'll do the far one. Whoop. I can smell it through the screen, yeah. There's a little bit of smoke. But that's just the extra parts. Right. That's why I got this extra cookie sheet underneath. It just caught some extra juice. And then whoop. Here we go. Here's the third one. All right, pies. 3 pies. I'm just gonna leave this open for now. Okay, and we want to thin this out. I don't want gravy. I want something I can cook rice in. So I'm going to add some water, and I'm also going to add some chicken better than bouillon. Actually, I wanted to give it a taste before I started adding stuff. That's right. That's what I was thinking. Been adding a lot of things and not doing a lot of tasting. It's not super good practice. Yeah, this is really good. I'm actually going to add, it's actually not too spicy. I'm going to add just a little more of this. And that has salt in it and spice. But it's the spice blend that we put on the pork chops. So it needs salt, but I'm not going to add better than bouillon if I'm adding this other salt stuff. Let's thin this out a little bit. Or you know what? Actually, here, I got a better idea. So if we can get this to a good place where we like it, then we can pull off some of it and then thin it out with water, and then I can use the rest of this tomorrow. I have to stop myself from dipping bread in any sauce I make. I feel ya. That's one of those for sure. You making CFSI? I don't even know what that is. Something good? Something fucking seriously insane? And I said C for something. Oh my god. Sure. Country fried steak. No. I par cooked these pork chops, and then we've got kind of like a mushroom soup, cream of mushroom sort of guy going on that I was doing with some wine. And I'm gonna pull some of this off because I am batch making this for tomorrow for Dungeons and Dragons. We're gonna do like a par cook some rice in this and add them back in and toss them in the oven and kind of bake it off. Should be pretty good. And then I've got some beans here for a raw asparagus bean salad. Here's our rice. I got brown rice, but I also got like this like wild rice because I'm white as hell. I don't know. Yeah. Let's try this again. That's pretty fucking on point. Okay. Okay. What we're going to do, I'm just going to pull this and put it in another container. So the rest of this is for tomorrow. All these par cooked pork chops and stuff. We'll do a couple of them in here. And I'll pull this off, and we'll make it work. I'm over-explaining, re-explaining. I guess that's what it's like doing a stream. But I feel like I'm being annoying / annoying myself. And I got this Corpse Reviver #1. Thank you. I'm glad you like the shirt. All right. You know, we just kind of want to take like 3/4 of this off for tomorrow. Para mañana. Okay, this is too hot. Let's turn the heat down, lower. Okay, that's probably about 3/4, maybe a little more. A little more. Got so much extra flavor from the. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. This is fine. This is a good place to be. Okay, I'm gonna add some water. What's my favorite recipe? Oh, your name is Jeff. Okay. Gotcha. Guero Loco Tamale is Jeff. What's my favorite recipe? That's rough. I'm thinking of, so my favorite thing is probably whatever I can't get right now. Because I like a lot of really seasonal stuff. Because I garden and I grow a lot. And so right now I'm thinking of the opposite time of year. So 6 months from now is September, right? Early September. Late August? Yeah. Mid-September, I guess now. So I'm thinking maybe like an eggplant lasagna. That's kind of what I'm gravitating towards. Probably. Right now. If you were to press me, I would say eggplant lasagna. I make a pretty dope-ass eggplant lasagna. And you take all the eggplants, you peel them, and you cut them in slices, and then you broil them covered in like garlic olive oil. And then you use those instead of the noodles for the lasagna. So. And then I make my sauce with Italian sausage and red wine, all the good stuff. Yeah. I mean, this whole stream right now is a lot of like, let's make spring come a little early, right? I got the fresh fruit pie. We're going to make a asparagus salad. You know, a lot of it's kind of more spring coated. This is a little more winter coated, but you know, you got to have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Okay, let's hope I don't royally fuck this. I'm not the biggest of rice cooking people. I'm not the best at cooking rice. I'm going to mix this up, and then I'm going to give it about a cup and a half. Huh? Well, it's got the wild rice. I don't know if you wash wild rice. Sorry. Producer is very avid about washing rice because she's from a culture that washes rice. But I'm not sure that you wash wild rice. Yeah, the wild rice is my people's culture. It's a fucking white people thing they put with dumb bullshit. Okay. Alright. This is about the consistency I'm looking for. Something like this. Where it's not a lot of wild rice, but it's like some. Let's give it like 10 or 15. We can work on our salad right now. I'm actually gonna set this over here. And then I'm gonna pull that air. We're gonna do the salad right now. So we've got the bean book from the Rancho Gordo folks. Peoples. What the fuck is this? Sorry. There's a raw asparagus. It's honestly not very hard. 99. Raw asparagus runner bean salad. Here we go. Preheat oven, place breadcrumbs and pecans on baking sheet, toast them until they're golden. Walnuts are fragrant, about 10 minutes. Okay. Check them occasionally. Combine the breadcrumbs, the pecans, the cheese, lemon zest, mint, salt, and pepper. Mix well. Use a mandolin. Cut the asparagus at a sharp angle into very thin slices. Another bowl, combine asparagus with beans and lemon juice. Just before serving, add asparagus bean mixture to the serving bowl. Oh, because all the breadcrumbs are going to get soggy. And the nuts. Okay, that makes sense. I'm just going to put it here on the trash can. We get it. Here's our... Is that hot? That is still hot. Okay. This is kind of our slip sheet, our extra stuff from the pies. Is there anywhere I can put this?
No, it's hot.
It's hot. It is hot. Sorry, trying to clear some space in the other room just to set up this hot baking sheet. All right, cool. Thank you, producer. I might make another one of these. Here. How are we looking? Am I a rice idiot? Very well might be. Couple cups of rice, though. That seems like a decent amount. For like kind of yay high amount of liquid. You know, there's some sitting liquid. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not the biggest carbophile because I would be the biggest carbophile, if that makes sense. Time to head to bed. Hopefully it can catch you tomorrow. Yeah. I'm currently not doing streams on Fridays, but we're working on it. I just need to finish making this desk. And then I can have an elevating desk that has a pull-out with a full 88 key keyboard on it. And then I'll do some music streams from my room. But that's not happening right now. Close. Soon. Soon. Thank you for coming. Anyways. Salad. Yes, we want 350. Bake at 350. We want our pecans and breadcrumbs. So let's see. And then we got a dry and a wet mixture, basically. So I'm going to have to keep those in separate containers. It's a bit frustrating, but what are you going to do? Here. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Half a cup, a third a cup of panko, half a cup of pecans. Chopped. Okay, whatever. All right. We've got pecans. And we've got panko. I just saw it earlier. Around here somewhere. God, I keep crushing this nutty. All right, here we are. Okay. All right. Third of a cup of this stuff. Third of a cup. And we've got a cup here. All right. It's about a third of a cup. We need I keep looking at the wrong thing. I'm normally pulling up a lot of this stuff from my phone. Half a cup of walnuts. We'll go over a little over half a cup because these are whole walnuts, and I know it says to chop them up. Maybe we just chop them up. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do as the instructions say. How about that? It asks for walnuts, but my friend is allergic to walnuts, so we're using pecans. Sure. That's half a cup. Why not? Alright, and we need to combine that with a bunch of shit and mandolin a bunch of asparagus. Alright, let's make another one of these corpse survivors. Corpse Reviver #1. Cognac, Applejack, Cookie, Americano, Bianca. A little bit of lemon. Quarters. God, that cork really doesn't want to come out. 3/4. All right. Booze can go over here. Cookie needs to go in the fridge. A little bit of salt. Express some lime or lemon. Where did our expression lemon go? Wish to express myself. Steal this. Oh. Thank you. Cool. Thank you for checking out my Instagram. That's really great. Thank you. That's wonderful. Awesome. Cool. Cool, cool. Very fun. We've been posting to it for a while now and haven't really seen a lot. But, yeah. Thank you for checking it out. Something beeped. Oh, the oven. Time to put in the breadcrumbs. Perhaps I should leave it a little more cracked. Okay. Oven's at 350 in about 10 minutes. It's still smoky from the pies because they had a lot of stuff. Cool. Send us your Instagram. I'd love to check out your tamales and assorted goods. Smoky in here. All right. We've got... It's time to mandolin some... I don't know if I want to do that. I think I'm just going to slice them thinly on a bias cut. That Rancho Gordo book has a real hard-on for mandolining things. And I feel like these asparagus are actually too thin to actually mandolin in any productive way. So we're just going to thin cut on a bias. Trying to palm this. Yo. Howdy. Taco truck raid. Howdy. Sup, party people. We're making a bunch of not quite spring food. I need more container. I always need more containers. No, near. Let's steal this one for myself. God damn, fuck it. Whoa, shit. Alright. Does this taste edible? Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna try this. Get that out of there. Alright. Just, cool. Alright. Woo! Yeah! How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for about 5 months now. 4 months? 5 months. 5 or 6 months. Sorry. Cooking. Please, though. Questions are great. Well, producer, get the camera. Sorry, camera does that from time to time. We were sold a false bill of goods. I read a bunch of articles about why this camera is really good at being a streaming camera, and it doesn't have a clean out, so I can't autofocus. And it also does that. So it's really good. But it's fine. We're doing our stuff. That's what it's about. I want to make another one of these corpse revivers here. Whoop. Damn. Bit of asparagus fell off there. So I guess this is kind of more of a panzanella salad, but more of a like a breadcrumb panzanella, where they add the bread. Or maybe it's like a crouton. Maybe that's like the idea is just like a topping. I don't know. If you are looking for a good camera, look at one at Guero Loco Tamale. Okay. Sure, yeah. I bet it's very good. Do you know what kind of camera it is? Right now we have a this is a Canon M50. Whoop. Here, I'm gonna add a little more liquid. Uses an OBS bot on his stream. It follows him around. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Good stuff. I'll have to look into one of those. All right. What are we doing with this part? Mandolin. Very thin slices. We want to make sure we're not. This is looking pretty good. So we've got our kind of topping, for lack of a better word. This is going to be mixed with cheese and zest. And then we're going to add some other stuff to this. Okay, lemon zest, mint, and salt and pepper. And then we got a pound of asparagus. Okay, so that's 2 pounds. So we got 3. Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. That's all good. No problems. Okay. And we want 3 cups of these guys added. Looking for cups. This is a good cup. Yeah, this is a good cup. That's fine. Just gonna use straight up cups. I cooked way too many beans. That's all right. Beans will get you down the road, that's for sure. OBS bot, tiny SEAI powered, full HD PTZ webcam. Webcam. Okay, cool. Awesome. Producer is keeping track of these things for potential. We need to get more angles. That's something that I'm really wanting to break into once we get some more financial incentive. Okay, we want half a cup of lemon juice and 6 tablespoons of EVOO, as Rachel Ray would say. Yeah, all right. Well, we'll add however much we have in these 2 lemons. Do we need lemon juice for the Corpse Survivor number 2? We can always cut with vinegar. I'm not too... Corpse Survivor number 2 needs 3/4 of an ounce. I'm gonna hold off on one of these lemons. Sold out of food on his truck tonight. Awesome. Great job. You must be making some good stuff. So, birria tacos and tamales? I know there's a trend to like birria everything. Is that a thing you're subscribing to? I don't disagree with it either. Birria is super great. Let's see how much lemon juice we can get out of this. We'll fill in the rest with some vinegar. Probably some red wine vinegar. Yeah, it's not there. That's fine. I need this other lemon for tonight. And adding limes is probably out of the question for this salad, particularly. That's fine, though. Not everything goes according to plan. This doesn't even have measuring things on the side. I feel like the other one did. Whatevs. They're beans. They need a lot of acid. Make them go. No, birria tacos and carnitas tacos. And birria ramen and birria burritos. And carnitas burritos. What about tamales? Y'all do tamales? Guero loco tamale. Huh? I get that they're pretty labor intensive. That's what I hear. That's part of the reason why I haven't, like, I know they do, like, the Christmas, like, tamale parties and stuff. He used to. Okay, yeah. I bet it's just so labor intensive, and you got to do all the stuff with the... Yeah. No. It totally makes sense. Okay, and then we add, like, 6 tablespoons. So 3 tablespoons is, like, a quarter cup. So 6 tablespoons is... Fucking... I got to do... He's getting ready to do nachos again. Okay. Cool. What's so special about his nachos? How does he layer his nachos? I always do a couple layers of nacho. Like you do chips and stuff and things, and then chips and stuff and things. Because otherwise you get to the bottom and it's all just chips. You can see his food on his Instagram. We will do that, or I will do that, afterwards. Producer can look at his Instagram right now. Apologies. So what was I looking at? Oh, conversions. I need 6 tablespoons to cups. Tablespoon to cup. I want 6 tablespoons. That's like 3/8. Okay. So almost half. Okay, that's fine. Oil, aceite. That's like not quite half a cup. OBS Bot trailer is my main cam, and OBS Bot Tiny 2 is my secondary cam. Okay. Sure. Okay. We're doing... Okay. I think we're going to toss this, and then we're going to put this in another smaller guy. Mix it together. I'm going to grab this. Kind of in that perpetual cleaning / reusing phase. We're so very close to being where we'd like to be, I'm sure. Perhaps too many things. Almost certainly. Okay. That will be for our topping thing. Sorry, I need to be stirring this a little more. Wants to grab on the bottom. Them both would follow you around. Okay. That's cool. I was thinking about having this top one or this forward one, and then having a top down one, and then having another one back there for the smoker. Just having like 3. That was kind of my main deal here. Again, I'm thinking about adding just a little more liquid. This feels about like half cooked. And I'm just trying not to have crunchy rice. Nobody likes crunchy rice. I've been so used to using a rice cooker that... What's up? Unless it's larb. Yeah, that's larb is a crunchy rice sort of deal here. But that's kind of different, because it ends up soaking up a bunch of fat. Oh. Alright. Okay. Try to get this into a thing. Okay. And we want some... What else do we want? We want a bunch of Parmesan cheese, like a shitload of Parmesan cheese. Zested lemon. I guess we got another lemon over there we could zest before we juice it. And then salt and pepper. Okay. Alright, time to get grating. This isn't exactly really deal Parmesan. Yeah. I can't wait to get more cameras and like get stuff going on this channel. We're going to be doing... I want to get like the lights all hooked up to the Wi-Fi, so that way they go all crazy when people donate stuff or like do things. And I want to like have like an interactive way to get people to like do things with cocktails and stuff. I don't know. There's some ideas. It's all in there. I think we'll just do all of this and call that half a cup. Is that half a cup? Fucking, I don't know, man. Half a cup versus a solid amount of Parmesan. It's all a mystery. I don't fucking know. I haven't eaten pork in a while. I don't know why, but I lost interest in it. But damn, pork and cream mushroom with rice sounds like bomb. Yeah. For sure, yeah. That is what I'm going for. We par cooked some of these pork chops. Most of them are going to go in a thing for tomorrow, because a lot of this I prepare for my Dungeons & Dragons group the next day. But we're doing a thing right now. I pulled off some of the sauce, but we're par cooking some rice with the with this like cream of mushroom guy, and then we're gonna put the pork chops in here, and they're gonna go in the oven, and it should make for a really nice... I think this actually might be good enough. Yeah, this is probably good enough to like leave uncovered, or maybe just like heavily cracked like this, half covered. Yeah, let's go with that. And I'm doing this fresh asparagus salad with some it's supposed to be runner beans. I didn't have any runner beans. It's from like a fancy heirloom bean company. I don't have enough money to do all. A king meal for sure. Yeah, I mean, like every week, I basically make like a dinner party's worth of food. Every week. Um, so last week we made pupusas, chicharrones con queso, with curtido, and I made batanga sour, and what else we did? We did a bunch of shit. Man, D&D parties sound dope. Yeah, for sure. Damn, where's the invite? Let me be your friend. Hey, follow, and you can stay tuned to this every week. We also have an Instagram where we post all of our highlights and stuff. It's fun. It's a good time. Howdy. Woo woo. Yes. Follower goal 40 out of 40. Oh, it's set for 40? What the fuck?
It's an auto thing.
Oh, it's an auto thing. We need 50 to get the affiliate. I'm just trying to get an affiliate here, man. We're trying. I got cocktails up the wazoo. We're doing it the real way, taking the long way. We'll get you there, my dude. Hey, this is great. This is awesome. I am super duper happy. This is, sometimes I make food for hours and nobody's here and nobody cares. And you just got to keep going. The only benefit is that everyone does care tomorrow. Everyone appreciates all the food for sure. Tomorrow's one of my buddy's birthdays. Part of the reason why we made the pies and stuff. All right. Oh, wait. Did I fuck that up? No, I didn't fuck it up. Okay. No fuck ups currently. Or not an insane amount of fuck ups. We want some mint and salt and pepper. Okay. And basically, that will be the topping, and this will be the thing. What pies got going on? I did these apple mixed berry. And they're just like with a crumb topping. So, those are already done. But they're going to be very tasty for sure. Make sure someone brings ice cream tomorrow. Okay. I think this is about like 2/3 of the way done. So what I'm going to do, I got the oven. Oh shit, I don't have the oven. God damn it. Fuck. I'm such an idiot. There's so many things going on. What's up? Yeah, it'll probably preheat pretty fast. I mean, it's at like, it only needs like 100 degrees to go. So the rice is well on its way. I'm going to add some pork chops back. And we'll toss her in. I'm doing this thing. I just need mint. I've got some mint. I need to be using. Here we are. Take a couple sprigs. Wash them off. Make sure to wash your vegetables. I don't care what anyone tells you. You should probably wash almost everything you get from the store. Even if it's just a quick rinse, just something. Alright, and we're going to pick off these leaves. How long have I been cooking for? I've been cooking since I was a little kid. My parents did a lot of food stuff, so kind of been doing it for a while. We had to do like a presentation or whatever in 3rd grade. And I made like an omelet in class with a burner that I brought from home. So, yeah, it's been a while of doing this. But this is the first time, or I guess in the past like 5 or 6 months, that I've been like actually trying to do anything outwardly about it. I don't know. Just figured I might as well do this because I'd be doing something like this anyway. if I wasn't streaming. It might not be as extravagant, but I'd be doing something like this. So might as well just stream it, right? The only cooking I'm able to do is barbecue. My wife tells me to stay out of the kitchen. Well, a little bit of reverse sexism there. Sounds like. Stay out of the kitchen. And you're like, okay. Man. Maybe she just likes to be in control of something. I don't know. That's how I feel about the taco truck. Well, you know, and honestly, part of the reason why I'd be doing this anyway is I get kind of some solace in it, and perhaps there's an amount of comfort and like personal space that's associated with it. And so maybe your lady wants you out of the kitchen so that way she can just kind of meditatively do something. Maybe that's part of it. I think Emily Dickinson said that every person deserves their own room, and for perhaps for someone, that room is a kitchen. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay, we've got this mint and lemon zest and pecan cheese thing. I'm gonna grab a bunch. Yeah, oh, might as well stream it. That makes a lot of sense. Now she tells me I leave a mess. Okay, well then there you go. Your answer's solved. Sorry to get a little philosophical about it. We're up in the Pacific Northwest. So just a little bit of salt. I don't think it needs probably a lot of salt. Alright. So we get this fun topping for our salad, which we should toss here. And we are almost very nearly at 350, 375, whatever we're trying to get to. So it literally is just the asparagus, beans, lemon juice, olive oil, and then all the rest of it goes on at the end. Yeah. Some of these like fancy books, they really like to like keep things separated, and they like to like get really extra about stuff, which is fine. I've got the bowls now currently, so this looks like a good ratio of beans to asparagus. And hey, that's pretty good. Just need some salt, and this is really salty, so I'm sure it'll be a really good pair. I spend more time in the kitchen than 1950s housewife. Well, perhaps I do too. I don't know. Where else are you gonna go? I got nowhere to go. Don't send me away. Oh, dyspeptic? Yeah. You do in the... Yeah. Mine is, my handle, Life of a Dyspeptic, is like a... It's kind of a play on some things. It's, Okay, we're at 375. So, I like to, listen to Stoic philosophy. like audiobook stuff. I've been doing it since probably 2014. Let's just get a couple of these in here. And yeah, this is gonna be really fucking good. Okay, yeah, and so there's a lot of letters. Something I like about it is a lot of the guys, they're not preaching some sort of um, it's not a prophet sort of thing. It's just a guy who says some things you like, and you like some of the things, and you don't like some of the things. So my favorite Stoic philosopher is Seneca. Yeah, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Yeah, that's a really good one. So mine comes from Seneca. He was a Roman playwright, and most of his surviving philosophy exists as letters to a guy named Lucilius. We never got any of the letters from Lucilius, but we got all the letters to Lucilius from Seneca. And they kind of have this overall, arching, they're all about specific things. Hey, I hear you're, this guy's lambasting your candidacy for Senate, or, my dad died, this is how I grieved. And it kind of has this overarching, stoic lean, but about specific things. And kind of my favorite letters from Seneca are the ones I disagree with, because it really just helps show that this is just a dude, and I can agree with them, but I can also disagree with them, and that's also fine too, right? It's just about taking the parts that are good, and I think I could be just as good as Seneca in terms of stoicism for some things. So he writes a letter about how you should just exercise and do what makes you as tired as possible, as quick as possible. And then you should go back to doing philosophy. And he also talks about how you shouldn't. It's important to listen to ideas you don't like, for sure. He also talks about how you should never learn how to sing or play an instrument or cook food or a bunch of that sort of stuff, because you should be focused on philosophy. That's what you should be wholly focused on all the time. And I'd like to argue that that is not the case. And it kind of culminates when he talks about, for sure, right? It kind of culminates when he talks about the gladiators. And he talks about how their life is just full of drinking and sweating. It's the life of a dyspeptic. And that's kind of where that comes from. So I think I can drink and sweat and be a better better Stoic than Seneca, if I do a good job of it. So that's kind of where that comes from. And a dyspeptic is someone who has dyspepsia, someone who's generally irritable, or someone who has irritable digestion. And I do a lot of fermented foods. I'm making like a ginger beer, ginger bug thing over here. I make miso. I make like kimchi and stuff. I do that stuff all the time. So it's kind of part of it. So it's got kind of a double entendre. I don't know. Grumpy poops. Exactly. Too much drinking, too much sweating. All right. So we've got our pork chop inside. We've got almost everything put together. Could you give me a couple minutes? I got to go to the restroom, but I'll be right back. Producer is pretty good at sending me off. Whoa. All right. Guero Loco Tamale. Thanks for stopping by. Anybody who wants to give a follow, we're all for it. I'm going to add a little bit of fish sauce to this because I can't help myself. You can use a little bit of fish sauce. Give it a little bit of the old Mega Chef. Okay, so we got our salad for the most part. Let's try that. Yeah, pretty fucking good. I'm gonna add another lemon to it. Jeff will be live again tomorrow night. Cool. Very cool. Well, good on him for selling out all his food. What else could you wish for, honestly? Don't want any seeds. Come on. Get the fuck out. Mini seeds. All right, let's make a Corpse Reviver number 2. That sounds like about a good time to do that. Do a little check-in on our. There we go. She popping. Getting a little bake action going on. All right, cool. Corpse Reviver number 2. Ingredients listed as follows. Gin, Koki Americano Bianco, triple sec, lemon juice, absinthe. All right. Let's go. We've got dry, triple sec, Koki. Okay. Dry gin, triple sec. I got Grand Marnier instead, because that's kind of my speed. And almost all these are very cognac variations, so I feel like going with a thinner kind of triple sec. Right, sec means dry, secco, secar, right? So I don't think that leans into what the French kind of cognac sort of thing is putting on. So we're going to go with Grand Marnier, which is made from cognac. So that makes sense. We want our Koki Americano. Bianco. Entonces, vermouth. Or not, blah, blah, blah. That is vermouth. Absinthe. All right, let's just build it in this glass. You know what? Let's start with a fresh glass. How about that? Pretty sure it's a stirred drink. And we want a rock. You know, I don't have any other rocks right now that are this big. So we're going to have to use the D20 rock. hope I didn't do it wrong. If you overfill, it like kind of gets stuck in the sides. It's such a fucking pain to open up. Get out of there. Grrr. I don't want to break it. Let me try and get some of these pieces on top. I definitely overfilled it, because this is my first time filling this one. Producer filled it last time, and she was a lot smarter about it than me, because she doesn't drink as much as I do, for sure. Get out. Get out of there. Nobody wants you here. Get out of there. Alright, cool. Dun, dun. Check it out. We got this dope ass rock. And it's got. Get out of there. Come on. Come on. Come on. We got a tetrahedron rock with numbers on it. Like 13. Where's the 20? 3, 19. 1 is opposite of 20. Here's the 20. Ta-da. So we're going to use that rock. Anyways. We're going to put the 20 on top. No. Actually, 19. It was 19 before. God damn it. Fucking 3. Here, we'll take 14. 14 is not bad. I don't know. A little bit of salt. No drinks call for salt. So, thank you. This kitchen is wonderful. It is the main reason why we came here. This is yeah, it's just par excellence. 3/4 of an ounce for everything. Great. This one is easy in the sense that 3/4 of an ounce. Okay. Equal parts. 3/4 of an ounce gin, Cocchi Americano Bianco, triple sec lemon juice. Oh, and we're supposed to rinse with absinthe. You know what? You know what I like to do? I just like to add the smallest amount in the bottom of one of these. Just enough that's like detectable. And then I just put it in it. And I just kind of stir it around. That's typically what I do for the rinse. Absinthe is very strong flavor. Did I put the wrong thing on? Yeah. No, I didn't. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm fucking... Sorry, just too many things going on. Drinking too much alcohol, too much stuff, getting lost in the sauce. You know it. Haha. I think it's not served in a rocks glass, but we're going to serve it in a rocks glass. Okay, we want 3/4 of an ounce of triple sec. I got some Grand Marnier. Some brand new Grand Marnier. Because this doesn't have a lot of sweetness to it. And all the rest of these corpse survivors revolve around cognac. So I think Grand Marnier would be a bit more fitting. Cocchi Americano Bianco. Please, if you enjoy what you're seeing, feel free to follow. Every Thursday at 6:30, we are making something new. Brand spanking new. We make it all from scratch. We do everything the hard way. It's annoying as hell. Somebody's got to do it. If you're feeling up to it. Oh. Maybe I should have used the other one. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, we're all good. Who cares? I think I just chopped it. I chopped everything with that. Whatever. Who gives a shit? We are a little too long in the tooth for that. I don't give a shit. This as long as there's no sticker going in my compost. All right, we want 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice. Trying to do it by the book, if we can help it. All right. Then we stir, and that's a Corpse Reviver number 2 with our tetrahedron dice. All right. Really good. I love acid and licorice together in like a good form. I made another drink with absinthe and some strong citrus. That's kind of like a interesting sort of drink. It was gin, absinthe, and Batavia Iraq, which is this rum from Java. It's got this kind of funk on it because they use a fermented rice in their mash bill. But this tastes like great and like good in a way where like I can understand why this is a classic, right? Cool. Fun. Very fun. It's good to try these. You know, you hear about these drinks and sometimes you just don't ever get to try them, or you get to try them on occasion. And, you know, sometimes you don't get to buy a bunch of stuff to see if it's good. And so, if this helps anyone, a Corpse Reviver number 2 is a very good cocktail. If you like gin, if you like absinthe, if you like sour and tart and herbaceous, pretty good cocktail. Anyways, we're looking at our... Ooh. Okay. I think we are almost ready. Woo! Okay, sorry. Here. Let me put this away. And then we will probably bring out our stuff and we'll be done. Sorry, everything went real late. Tends to do that. Just trying to like do a good job of things. And I don't get a lot of free time, and I get a lot of free time tonight, so you know, just trying to do the best I can. And sometimes that requires extra time. For better or for worse. Normally for better tomorrow, because everyone's going to enjoy all this food. But for worse, right on y'all. Anyways. Yeah, let's pull this off over yonder. Why no clothes? Come on. Get with the program. Alright. These are par cooked pork chops. They are not fully cooked. Don't let anyone tell you they are. Okay. In our ensalada, our pie. Okay, this is probably done. Almost certainly done. I'll pull it off. Let it cool off for a tad. And then Why does all the hot pads seem to run away? Probably because I put them on all the stuff that doesn't have any room over here. All right, cool. It's like a baked pork chop mushroom thing. This looks fucking heavenly, honestly. It looks really fucking good. Like a fucking... Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, this is some... Let's get something going. Here. I'm not the biggest fan of parsley, but I do think it calls for a little parsley. Because this is a very European coded kind of thing. All right, we're almost done here in the home stretch. Just going to plate everything up. We don't have any lemons. We use them all. Zest or no. All right. Cool. That's fine. Let's grab a little bowl here. And let's grab a ramekin. I love these little side salad ramekin things. It's like a good, nice little amount of stuff. Come on. Need a better spoon than that. Not this spoon. Kind of just use this to stir it up just a little bit. Let's give it a taste. Fuck yeah. So we've got our corpse reviver, our asparagus salad. Producer, you about ready? Sorry. Sorry. Hope I'm not intruding on your stiffs. We got a fun little salad. Good pork chop. A little bit of parsley. I don't know. Probably. And we got this little salad. Let me grab a knife. What? Move them closer together? Okay. So this is the pictures. Now's the picture time. I'm gonna grab un cuchillo. God, that's such a good cocktail. That's why you always hear about number 2. That one is really fucking good. Fuck yeah. Then mushroom rice with the pork chop. It's like a mushroom, pork, kind of biryani, parboiled, like in the oven cooked. Very crushable. This is, this is the winter time. This is the springtime. We've got our pies here. Pies are going to taste great tomorrow. We could cut open one of them right now if we'd like. You think?
No, we'll wait till tomorrow. Unless you want it.
Oh. Hot. What do you guys think? Pie now? Pie tomorrow? What are we thinking? Pie now? Anybody? God, this food is so fucking good. Here. We got 3 pies. I can cut into one of them. I'm glad I didn't fuck up the wild rice and the rice stuff. I'm not the biggest rice man there is, and I feel like I could have really fucked that up. But it's cooked really well. Like, correctly. God, where the fuck is that little triangle motherfucker? The pie guy. Where'd he go? Here it is. Pie. Let's see. Let's take one out of the middle. Yeah. It's nice. It hasn't completely set yet. So it's gonna kind of be sloppy, jalopy, but what else could you ask for? I don't know. A hot molten pie made with love. Here. So if you give it another hour or so, this will set and it won't be so runny. But I don't know. Yeah, man, this tastes like the plants are growing. And the year's getting better. Well, that's what it tastes like. Damn. Fucking good. Well, we're here Thursdays at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. I cook for about 6 hours, 5 or 6 hours. And we make a whole deal, a whole dinner party's worth of food, almost every time. And if we're not doing that, I'm making, last week I canned hot sauce, I made miso, got ginger beer started, so that's what it is. If you like it, follow along. Anyways, I hope you guys found what you're looking for. Have a good time. Catch you later. Thanks.